أنس بس نقطة، لأن الحين إحنا لايف ستريم عشان اليوتيوب شانل ما يصير بان، فلا تخلي هذا لأن هذا فيه كوبي رايت، إلا لو تدور على رويالتي فري ميوزك، اكتب على يوتيوب رويالتي فري وبتحصل وايد.
سوي لنا سالفة بهذه الكوبي رايت.
اكتب بس نو كوبي رايت وتحصل المفروض كل شيء.
خبير اسمه صار
تجارب بعد.
لكن بعد غير يا أخي، والله زعلت أبوكم أو الكوبي رايت مالهم دي.
So we will be starting right now. So if everyone can check, can be logged into there. So we start the trial. We will start with the trial and then go into the roll call, to the agenda, the motions, and then we will go onto the elections later. But just to check that everything is working right now, we will start with the trial. If anyone has any problems, please say in the chat. And yeah, so the president will be doing the trial. So okay, so we'll be starting any minute now. So if you have any problems, just place in the chat.
Okay, welcome all to our 11th National General Assembly. I'll be going through a short simulation, so you're all familiar with the procedures. And if you have any questions at any time, write it in the chat or raise your hand. So without further ado, let's begin. So everyone please be logged into NemoVote. We will be having a trial vote to just check that all participants can vote. For now, we have 59 in Zoom, so we expect, I guess, 59 votes.
Can you show us what we're expecting to see in our screen? From the NemoVote.
The vote didn't start, they're just waiting for people to log in first. And for those who are logging in with their phone, make sure that you have NemoVote screen opened on your phone. So it's preferably better to have it on your laptop so we know that you're online. Because on the phone, if you close the window or close your screen, it shows that you're offline. So if anyone has any technical problems and isn't able to log in, please contact us or just write in the chat, and the technical team, or sorry, the vice will help you with it. Okay, so we'll wait 2 more minutes and then we'll start the trial vote. So if anyone has any trouble, contact us. Okay, so now we'll open the vote. We'll just let you know when the vote is open and you can vote. Again, if anyone has any problems or technical issues, contact us.
Okay, so we are starting motion X. It should appear now to everyone. So I'm closing this vote and then I'll do another trial vote. So we will start now a test motion, a second test motion. So just please vote and Nemo vote.
Did you open it? Because I have no open votes.
Yeah, it is
Yes,
open.
I did.
I can't see anything.
Lubna, you need to reload. There is a reload button there. Reload and the vote will
I did not.
show up.
Wait, I'll just send the picture to him.
Everyone, please proceed to vote, Nemo vote, and if anyone has any issues, please speak up.
It's still not opening with me. Am I the only one?
Lubna, I fixed your problem. It's okay. You will be able to vote during the elections because I forgot to add you and Fatma Al-Hosni to the list. Okay. Okay, so everyone will be closing the vote right now. If you had any problems, please contact us. We only had 35 votes. If you have problems, we will. Yes, if you have any problems, we will be testing it during the break. We will have a break, and everyone who has a problem, we will test it during the break. Since we have a schedule, so we need to follow our schedule. So during the break, anyone who has problems, please contact me. I will be here until the end of the plenary. So before the presentation, after the election, the presentation of the candidates, we will have a break, 30-minute break or 15-minute break. And during this break, we will fix any problem anyone has. So we will be starting the plenary right now. So Zainab Anwar, we will fix your problem before the election starts. So don't worry about it. So Fatma, can you please go to the next slide? Okay, so we'll be starting the roll call. This is the second plenary of this NGA. We will do another roll call. So we will start with the president. So president.
Present.
VPI.
Present.
VPCB. Not present. VPE.
Present.
VPFS. Not present. Now on to the national officer, NPO.
Present.
Nomi.
Present.
Nori.
Present.
Neo.
Present.
And Norp.
Present.
Now on to the other officials. SQU, local committee, local president.
Present.
NULC, local president.
Present.
MPDD.
Present.
Okay, so thank you to everyone. And yeah, so we will be, with someone who came. So before we go into the next point.
VPFS is present.
Okay, so VPFS is present. So with this, we have 1/3 of the people voting. So we have a quorum and so point of information, yes? Anas?
I think there's a misunderstanding. The MPDD is not present. She's the MPDD candidate.
Oh yeah, okay. So the MPDD is not present. So, okay. So with this, everyone's present. The VPI is not present there. I'm sorry, the VPCV is not present. Therefore, no voting rights. And we have a quorum, so we can start our plenary today. So next slide, please. So the agenda for today, as was adopted yesterday, the presentation of the TO interim report. So we'll start with that. Then the presentation of the subco report, the adoption of the financial report, the adoption of the TO interim report, then the adoption of the subco report, then the adoption of the strategy. Then we will go to the presentation of the candidates for both the EB and the TO, then the election of both the AB and the TO, and then any other business, and then closing statements. And then we will go into any funny motions we have. So the TO, please don't forget to submit your funny motions before the 30-minute break before the elections. So we will start with the first motion. As I understand, we have a procedural motion. This procedural motion is to suspend bylaws paragraph 7.1.3 until the end of the 11th National General Assembly. This is proposed by the VPI and SQU local committee president. VPI and SQU local committee president, would you like to explain?
Yes, please. Okay, so after yesterday's bylaws change proposal, the motion did not pass. So this procedural motion will allow that suspending the bylaws paragraph 7.1.3, which speaks about any member can be in executive board for more than 2 years. So by having this procedural motion, we can suspend this bylaws point, and then if the motion passes, it will make the president candidature valid. If it doesn't pass, it makes it invalid. Thank you.
Thank you, Matham. SQLC president, would you also like to explain?
No, thank you.
Okay. So do we have a seconder? Okay, Ines seconds it. So Neo is a seconder. So do we have any amendments? No amendments. So since this is a procedural motion, there is no direct negative. So we will go to a voting directly. So everyone, please make sure you put in your vote. We will give you 3 minutes to do your voting. Vice Chair, you can start.
Procedural motion is started. Please proceed to vote.
Just a note, this voting is only for the TO. Instead of anyone is trying to find it, this is only for the TO. The voting for everyone will be during the elections, and that will be after the break, but stay tuned, we will be starting the presentation soon anyways. This is, there will be, I think, 4 motions or 5 motions for the TO only, and then we will start with the elections. So apologies for the inconvenience.
So I'll close the vote now. We have 9 in favor, 2 against, and 0 abstains.
Okay, so final result, motion passes 2/3 majority. So this means that bylaws paragraph 7.1.3 is suspended until the end of the 11th National General Assembly. What this means is that the candidate, Maitham Mohammed Al-Lawati, can present his candidature and can be voted on for him to become president. However, again, as we say, suspending bylaws is something that is frowned upon, and we do not recommend this happens again. So again, motion passes 2/3 majority. That means candidate Maitham can present his candidature and he can be voted upon and can hold the position. But however, this bylaw will go back into effect after the end of the 11th National General Assembly. Now we will go to the presentations of the TO and end-term reports. Everyone can vote for those reports, so it's not only the election, sorry about that. So everyone can vote for this. So please stay focused on the presentation so you know if you want to vote in favor or against. And we will start with all the officials, starting with the SQULC president, Osama. So Osama, please go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, VPFS, if you could just share. Okay. Okay, I'm fine. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Sorry, just a second.
So you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to present. Please go ahead, Osama.
Yeah, just I have a technical issue. Anyone can share the screen for my report. I think you have it. VPFS here.
Okay, Osama,
yeah,
we will
I'm here,
go.
but I can't present it right now. Sorry.
Okay, Osama, we'll go in. Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay, wait. Just okay. It's okay. Maitham, I will present.
It's presented now. You can go ahead if you want to.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll present to see it. Problem solved. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's nice to see you all in this plenary for the NGA. I won't take much time, but this is my final report for this term. I was the SQU local president. I'm Osama Mahmoud Al-Lawati, and this will give you an overview for different things, the tasks fulfilled, the meetings attended, limitations, challenges, and recommendations with future plans. First of all, I would like to point that every one of us had maybe hard times for this term since it was online, but Alhamdulillah, we were able to fulfill our annual working plans. The main things that were done, that there was a standard template for all local proposals. and there was a good communication with the
15
administration.
seconds remaining.
I'm sorry? What, 45, you said? Okay, so there was a good communication with the administration. We were transparent with them, so they helped us a lot in the proposals and all. We had one-to-one meetings. We had many local meetings. We worked on different things, the local plenary for the first time and the handover processes. Meetings attended would be the 60 meetings, 8 local meetings, the back to basics meetings, several one-to-one meetings, and others. We had many limitations and challenges due to the online thing. We had technical issues, the enthusiasm, the online breakdown for all the members. That was all a big thing to deal with. My recommendations is always don't take decisions alone. There's a team to help you. Set your priorities. Your members' mental health should be one of your priorities. Future plans, work on the SQ local plenary. That will be, inshallah, 2 weeks ahead from now. Work on the handover process. Make sure everyone is familiar with his new position, and all the best for candidates today. Fulfill the remaining work in the annual working plan. Be an active member in METSCO. And I think I'm running out of time. Thank you for your time. That was a short thing. And inshallah, I hope I met your expectations. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Osama. So if anyone has any questions for Osama, please raise your hand. This was done from this year's TO as part of the transparency. So does anyone have any questions? If you do, please raise your hands. Okay, so no questions. So thank you very much, Osama. Sidra, you are next. After Sidra, it will be the president. So president, please get ready.
Can you share screen or should I do it?
Sidra.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you ready? Do you want someone to share for you?
I think, okay. I think I can. Just let me know if it comes up.
Yes, it does work.
Right. So hello, everyone. My name is Sidra. I was the NU local committee local president for 2020-2021. First of all, I was really ecstatic to work alongside such talented and determined team of officials and local team. And like Osama mentioned, with this whole pandemic, most of our work was kind of, not usual. So I applaud everyone for the hard work that they did. So this term for me was basically a focus on mostly on the administrative kind of work, making a base for the future local team. I worked doing many tasks, including the very, very basics, such as getting NULC emailing server, to the segregation of the local committee from the university student council. This ensured transparency, financial support, and hence, at the end, we were recognized as a separate entity from the student council. I also worked on a drive that will be used later on for the team. And I established a proper communication line since that was lagging and really set everything back. So that I overcame a lot of obstacles, and I don't want to bore you with it. The report is there, but I couldn't do it without the amazing team, especially the team of officials and especially the VPI Matham. Thanks for bearing with me. And I'm really grateful for this learning experience and this opportunity. The last but not least, the most important thing was the operational plan that we worked on. This was newly adopted by the university, and alongside the TO, we filled it in. So this again ensured financial funding. I attended most of the meetings. There were some that I couldn't because there were clashes with the exams. I attended meetings with the LOs, with the dean. I ensured that the mental health report was done. The team preferred it to be on on camera instead of the forms, which was actually pretty good. There were limitations and challenges, mostly with administration and the use of platforms such as WebEx, which is like a type of platform like Zoom. But hopefully in the future, this won't be a problem. For recommendations, I highly recommend the next person who is the president the local president to have more introductory sessions, preferably in person, orient the team with the platform they're about to use if it's online, and contact the student affairs, contact the dean, let them know who you are, and establish yourself before going into other stuff. So thank you so much. That's about it.
Thank you very much, Sidra. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. Could be about anything about the report or any. Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, so no questions for Sidra. We move on to the next person, which is President Shihab. The person after the President Shihab will be Maytham, the VPI. So Maytham, please get ready. Shihab, you can go ahead.
Okay, just share my screen. Yeah, so welcome all, good afternoon. I'll just give a brief overview of my report. You can find it, of course, in the submissions drive. It was for the period from 1st of October after elections to
Sorry about that. The internet connection got disconnected.
All right, sorry for the inconvenience. The net got disconnected from the lecture and the president. All right, so I will be presenting my interim report until the president regains connection. All right, so hi again, everyone. This is Maytham Mohammed Al-Lawati, the Vice President for Internal Affairs for this term. So this report covers the timeline between the 1st of October, when I was first elected, and when the term officially started, until
I believe the whole EB has the same issue. So the TO will be presenting their intern reports. Naomi, you shall go first.
Okay. So. So is my screen clear for all of you?
Yes, it's clear.
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. This is Khadija Shirawi, Naomi for this term, 2020-2021, and this is my end of term report. It was my honor to take this position for this year. No matter what was the challenges, I had a lot of enjoyment and I do a lot of achievements during this term. Of course, this won't be happen without my team. So all of team of official were really helpful, and also my assistant and my nomies. So regarding the meeting, I do attend most of the TOM meeting unless I do have an exam or something else. I do also have an individual meetings along with my SCOMI team and NOMIs, and whatever activities or events that we conduct, we do have a preparation meeting. For the external meeting, I do have in person 4 times per year meeting with the SCOMI regional assistant, although we're keep in touch with emails and WhatsApp. Also a meeting with NOMI and CB of IFMSA Iraq to conduct winter camp, and also the EMR NOMI's regional meetings, March meeting and August meeting. For the most important achievement for SCOMI in this year were first of all, yesterday we got a SCOMI regulation adopted during NGA, and we were working for this as a team. We conduct a working group since the beginning, and we work for this throughout the year. So this was one of the great achievements. The other one is to conduct the SCOMI camp. It's basically for the SCOMI members.
Naomi?
It has been, yes.
Time is up.
Okay. So
Thank you so much.
that's it. You can go through the report. Thank you.
MPO. MPO, are you present?
Yes.
You may go. Minute and a half.
Second, I'll just share my screen. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ahmed Kifah. I'm the National Public Health Officer for this term, and this is my official report. This report covers the region from 1st of October till the end of the National General Assembly. And it's been my great pleasure to serve as the MPO for Mexico. We had a very successful year, despite all the hurdles that were due to the pandemic. We had 3 very successful national events, and we had successful collaborations with LMS, with IFMSA Iraq, with Doctors Without Borders and the WHO office in Mexico and Oman. Also, we had successful collaborations with SCORP and SCORI. I would like to thank my team, Abdullah, Fatima, and Zuleika, for making this term very successful. And my most important achievements were the collaborations that were handled. And also, I want to thank Fatima for her physical blood donation campaign, which was our biggest physical campaign this year. I attended all the TOM meetings, and I also attended all the regional meetings with the EMR team. I attended both the General Assembly and the EMR, both the March meeting and the August meeting. And for my short plans for the upcoming term, we'll be finishing the SCOT sessions in the NGA, updating the policy documents, and ensuring that the handover is smooth for the new NPO elect. This is my report in brief, and if anyone have any questions, you can go ahead. You can also view the report if you'd like to.
Thank you, Ahmed. So if anyone has any questions, please raise their hand. Going once, going twice, going thrice. Okay, so no questions for Ahmed. Nomi. Or Anas, would you like to go next?
We just finished.
No, we just finished. Okay.
No.
Sorry.
Shall I start?
Yes, please.
All right. Greetings, people of Earth. My name is Anas Luhebi, and it's my honor to be here in front of you to share with you my interim report for this term 2020-2021. I was the NEO, the National Exchange Officer, for the last term, and this report covers the term from 1st of October until the 13th of August. I want to thank all the colleagues of mine in the team of officials. As for me, the most important achievement was the reconstruction of the local committee of Skopje by building a sound national team and allocating the appropriate assignments and appropriate work for their LEOs after being disactivated for several terms. We went also through the whole exchange process from the selection criteria, upgrading the selection criteria, adopting it, and working on it. But unfortunately, we didn't have exchanges due to the pandemic. As for the national events, we organized collaborative sessions with SCORI and the Global Health. And for the regional events, we had capacity building in the winter camp with SCORPI of IFMC Iraq. I attended almost all the meetings of the team of officials, March meeting, and the August meeting. I think the time is up, or should I?
It's okay, just do your closing statement.
Okay. And you may go through the whole report, and if you have any concerns, any problems, any questions, you may reach out whenever you want. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anas. Does anyone have any questions for Anas? Going once, going twice, going thrice, no questions for Anas. We will go on to the next person, Nori.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. And I think we have the Norp left after the Nori, so no, please get ready.
Okay, can you enable me so I can share my screen, please?
I think everyone can share the screen. If not, the host, please make Selma the co-host.
All participants can share screen.
Okay. Anas,
I can
you
share,
please
no
stop sharing
problem.
your screen.
It's okay.
Give. Give.
I stopped it. It's okay.
Yeah. Can you guys see my screen now? Hello.
Yes, we can see.
Okay,
can
so
go
I'll
ahead,
start. Hello, everyone. I am Salma Khriji, and I'm the National Officer on Research Exchange for this term of 2020 and 2021. So this is my end term report, and you can check it from the drive where we mentioned our tasks fulfilled and whatsoever. Now, let's start with the tasks that I've achieved throughout the last term. We've enhanced the capacity building within SCORI, opened new positions within the local and national SCORI teams. When it comes to research exchange, we've worked on an objective and high quality exchange selection under supervision of multiple EB members. We also ran pre-departure trainings and followed up with the outgoings that were selected. However, it was unfortunate that majority of our exchanges were canceled this year, even though we've worked on it. Regarding the events we had, starting with national events, we've had an event which is a first of its own in SCORI, which is explaining the expectations and experience from people who have went to exchanges previously. And we've organized a Global Health 101 session in collaboration with Scopy. When it comes to regional events, we've worked on the Global Health Camp in collaboration with LAMSIC and SCOF, and also worked on SCORI sessions in Mexico Winter Camp with Nori. We also worked on promotional content, and you can check the report, the meetings that I've attended, and the overall achievements and limitations. Lastly, I would thank all of these SCORI teams, local and national teams, for this term, and special thanks to SQ, Lori, Mustafa, and VPFS Mithal for their support throughout the obstacles I faced in my term. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Salma. So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand, or you could even put it in the chat. Going once, going twice, going thrice. Thank you very much, Salma. Now we go to the Noor Zahra.
So is my screen clear to everyone?
Yes, your screen is clear.
Okay, so good afternoon to you all. This is Zahra Al-Hashmi, served as the NORC for the past 3 term. Initially, I would like to thank all the members of the EB team of officials, and especially SCORP members and the local officers and assistants. It has been such an exceptional year, but we have been trying our best to make successful events. So we have conducted several events at a local and a national level. Some of these were actually in collaboration with other standing committees, such as War League Remnants, which was conducted with the SCOF, others like Disability Workshop, which was conducted at a regional level. And such events gave us a wider experience in sharing knowledge and from other animals. Coming to the achievements, we have actually submitted activities at the monthly exhibition for the EMR at the social media platforms. We have been part of regional campaigns, which is 16 days of activism and campaign for the International Children's Day. And the premarital screening activity has actually been accepted in the AMR 17 activities sphere. In terms of the meeting attended, I've attended the team of official meetings and the EMR regional assistant NORPS meeting and the Marchali meeting. There were several challenges, and the most is actually making sure that the members are active. I hope for the best for SCORP and Mexico for the upcoming term. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zahra. Shihab, please get ready. Does anyone have any questions for Zahra? Going once, going twice, going thrice. No questions for Zahra. Thank you very much. Shihab, please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon all again, and I'm sorry for the technical issues before. Just share my screen. Okay, I'm Shihab Al-Mahwadi, Mexico's president, and I'll be just presenting my report in brief. The timeline of my report was from when the term started, 1st of October. Can everyone hear me? Yeah? Just wait. Okay. Thank you. Until the time of submission, that was 8th of September. So in summary, this term was, I would say, a difficult term. We had the COVID-19 pandemic, but I have the TO to thank for making us all get through this pandemic and working with amazing ideas and amazing events on the online setting. And recently, a physical event by SCOF. So I'd like to thank the members of the TO and also the EB for making this term memorable. So the meetings that I attended were internal and external. Most of the internal meetings were team official meetings and executive board meetings. I also had individual meetings with the members of the TO and EB. I had conducted the pre-departure trainings and helped in conducting with the PPE. Also some exchange meetings with the SKU administration regarding the logistics and feasibility of the exchange. And finally with the NGOC. External meetings varied from different student organizations to different stakeholders and also Lecterio, representatives from Lecterio to sign our first MOU. So the tasks completed were obviously the 3 main meetings of the term, the EMR and the 2 August and March meeting. Notable achievements was the first ever implementation of mental health watch for the TO in our monthly reports. Also this signature of an MOU for the first time. And we're on the final steps of launching in Medsco's email server. Also for the first term ever, we had local plenaries and local elections. Struggles, of course, as I mentioned, the online setting, lack of motivation, unable to finish a lot of tasks, and the poor representation of the IFMC's level of leadership. I expected just more people applying for sessions team, for positions in IFMC, and hopefully this will be better for the future terms. Also the hectic schedule, especially since it was online, the different time zones and the GAs was a bit hectic. For future plans, I plan to execute the handover with the team of officials in Term 0 and look at and finish the local plenaries and launch the email server, collect documents and initiate a Medsco drive, and finalize the NU contract with the NULC president. I recommend for future terms to focus on the externals in IFMC and capacity building of the members, as the members are the main focus of our community. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you, Shihab. So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand or submit it into the question box. Going once, going twice, going thrice. Thank you, Shihab. And now on to the VPI. VPE, please get ready to present after the VPI, then the VPFS.
All right, okay, thank you. Okay, so again, hi, this is Meita Mohammed Lawati, the VPI for this term. So this report covers the period where where term officially started from the 1st of October till the 8th of September. This term was a unique term in the sense that started an online scene and it's ending in an online scene again, with having our first 2 NGAs online. In overall, the tasks that were done and achievements that were done in this term is firstly to open the call for all members, and there were the individual meetings with the team of officials for following up throughout the term, and then creating the annual working plan master sheet. And then there was the creation of the Medsco's activities database, which will be shared in the work follow-up. There will be sharing of this activities database to the all members. Also, there was opening of the call for the Medsco's email server, initiating the server, which also will be accessible after the NGA. And there was the execution and the meetings with the OC to execute this NGA. And there were other personal achievements as being a member in the regional task force for evaluating the EMR strategy and member of the CCC at the EMR regional plenary. Also attending the 2 GAs, the March meeting and the August meeting, attending the EMR. Finally, reviewing the Medsco strategy and Medsco constitution bylaws. Meetings attended were the TOM meetings, the 16 team official meetings, the executive board meetings, individual meetings, and with the NC president. Other meetings were already mentioned. Challenges were that the meetings consumed time and took time. There was some online fatigue regarding to Zoom and overwhelming of the work. Finally, a recommendation for the next team officials and VPI to act as an assistant for the different jobs that are the different jobs to increase our work in it, like activities and maintaining the our database and our drives. To actually distribute the tasks throughout the term and keep in mind the periods of the GA assemblies and the OMR regional meetings. Future plan is to firstly the handover and then finalizing and signing the contract of the NULC and and successfully finishing the NGA. Thank you.
Thank you, Maitham. If anyone has any questions for Maitham, please raise your hand. Going once, going twice, and going thrice. Thank you, Maitham. VPE, it's your turn now, and please keep it short since we are short on time.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Riham and I am the Vice President for External Affairs for the term 2020-2021. So I'll just give a brief overview of the report. To begin with, for the past couple of terms, we did not have a VPE position. So my main goal for this term was to actually set a strong base and a strong foundation for the external affairs. So this was done by trying to introduce the concept of external affairs to the members, introducing policy documents, working on regulations, and working on strategy. So this is for the national work. And then regarding the IFMSA work, it was mostly having strong contact with the regional director, the regional team, attending the IFMSA meetings and head of delegation to the March meeting and the EMR. Of course, regarding the challenges I had this term, because it was online, it was kind of difficult to reach out to the external organizations. First of all, because of the online contacts, and second, because they were all super busy with the COVID pandemic, since most of the organizations we reach out are health related. But lastly, I would like to thank all the executive board members for their support and also the subco members for their continuous support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Riham. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. Going once, going twice, and going thrice. Maitham, please present. And again, please be short since we are short on time.
Good evening, everybody. Could you hear me? All right. So in the beginning, here is the summary of my report. You can read it in your free time. The task fulfilled is that we have been successful in launching a long-term investment throughout the term. We deposited around 2,000 riyals in Golden Planning Company, and we had constant monthly income. We received OMR of 2,000 riyals as NGA Platinum sponsor from the Golden Planning Company. Also, we had some bronze sponsors and in-kind sponsors. For the merchandise, I have worked with the sponsorship team for the t-shirts, keychain, cup, and caps. For the paid workshops and events, we have conducted 2 basic surgical skills workshops and 1 basic life support workshop. For the secretary work, we produced minutes. I produced minutes for TOMS and EBMs, updated the bylaw changes, and sent out proposals. For the tasks fulfilled, meetings attended. The MEDSCO's 10th NGA, team of officials meetings, executive board meetings, the finance assistant meeting of the EMR, and the president for follow-up, and then the IFMSA August meeting and the EMR 17 president sessions. For the achievements, we were in debt in the beginning, in debt of 600 riyals, including the money from Mini Doctor from the previous term, But in the end of the term, it became 3,196 of surplus. We conducted successful paid workshops with collaboration, with the paid workshops, sent out proposals on time for meetings. And for the limitations and challenges, I saw that Medsco's system is kind of complicated, so not everyone would feel it as simple as the the TO sees it. For the future plans, I plan to set out a financial manual for the next BPFS. For the recommendations, you can read them here. It's mainly that to make things easier for the TO. And yeah, that's in summary. I would like to thank personally the NORI and the VPE for their support throughout the term. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mitham. So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. Going once, going twice, going thrice. So no questions for the BPFS. Now we would like to go to the next point of the agenda, which is the presentation of the SUBCO. I think that's what's next. Yep, that's next on the agenda. So since I am the SUBCO member, I will be doing the presentation. So can everyone see the screen? Okay, so first of all, I would like everyone can access this. Everyone can access this report later through the submissions folder. I would like to thank the supervising council members, Al-Muayyad Al-Musa, Manhal Al-Lawati, and Ammar Al-Shabibi. They are with me in SUBCO. This term was very low in terms of work, so this is what we found, and therefore further scrutiny is needed. We need to work more on our goals and the plan of action. What we did in terms of tasks completed is we established the goals for the SUBCO and a plan of action for the next 2 years. We were there to support the TO when needed, and whenever conflicts arise, we were inquired by some of the TO, which will be kept anonymous. Until the 8th of September, we received zero reports on any of the TO members or this, so there was no formal investigations done. And what we plan to do in the future is to, again, further scrutinize, work on our plan of action, and ensure that more tasks are done. For the recommendations for the next year, again, the most important thing is self-scrutiny and working more on the baseline and ensuring all the goals are set. And that's it. If anyone has any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. And this report is available in the submissions folder if anyone would like to take a look. Thank you. So if anyone has any questions, going once. Okay, Riham, please go ahead.
Okay, Ali, so I just wanted to know from your point of view, what do you think is or was the greatest achievement of the SUBCO for this term?
Okay, so the greatest achievement for the SUBCO this term is setting the baseline and organizing the roles in a very structured way, so everyone knows what they could do. So that was the greatest achievement. Okay. So does anyone else have a question? Going once, going twice, going thrice. So no other questions. So that ends this presentation. Fatma, if you can open the slides again, please. So now we go to the adoption of the financial report. Everyone will be voting on this, including members. So if everyone can open Nemo vote. Okay. Motion number 1 to adopt the financial report for the term 2020-2021. This motion is proposed by the Vice President for Internal Affairs. Vice President for Internal Affairs, would you like to explain?
No, thank you.
Would anyone like to second this motion? So the VPFS would like to second this motion. Would anyone like to amend the motion? Going once, going twice, going thrice. So no amendments to this motion. Does anyone have a direct negative? Going once, going twice, going thrice. So no direct negative. So there will be no voting on this. So motion passes nemo contra. So to the next slide, adoption of TO and term report. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is the fourth point of the agenda. Motion number 2. To adopt the end term reports of the President, VPI, VPE, VPFS, VPCB, NPO, NEO, NORI, NORP, SQULC President, NULC President for the METSCO 11th National General Assembly. This motion was proposed by the VPI. Do we have a seconder? Sorry, proposer, would you like to explain this motion?
No, thank you.
Would anyone like to second this motion? So Selma raised her hand first. So Nori is seconding this motion. So does anyone have any amendments? Does anyone have any amendments? Okay, Maytham.
Okay, to amend it to have it read as to adopt the interim reports of the team of all team of officials for the METSCO 11th NGA.
Okay, so the amendment is to adopt the end term reports of all team of officials for the METSCO 11th NGA. Nori, do you accept this amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so Nori accepts this amendment. Do we have a direct negative? Going once, going twice, going thrice. We do have a direct negative. So a direct negative by the VPFS. Would you like to explain?
No.
Okay, so everyone please open your NEMO vote. Does anyone have an alternative motion? No alternative motion. Everyone please open your NEMO vote. Vice Chair, please go ahead. Everyone, please open your Nemo vote.
Motion number 2, please proceed to vote. Please, for everyone who didn't vote, proceed to vote and just a reminder, this vote is TO and members vote. So please vote. Thank you. We'll give you 30 extra seconds. So we are closing the vote now. We have 75 in favor, 2 against, and 7 abstains.
Okay, so the motion passes, simple majority. Just for a fast explanation for everyone, simple majority means there are more votes in favor than against, and abstentions don't count. So on to the next point of the agenda, adoption of subco report. Next slide, please. Motion number 3, to adopt the report of the Supervising Council for the METSCO 11th National General Assembly. This proposal was proposed by the Vice President for Internal Affairs. Mr. Vice President, would you like to explain?
No, thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Sidra, NU Local President. Do we have any amendments? Going once, going twice, no amendments. Do we have a direct negative? President. So the president has a direct negative. We will go to another voting. Everyone, please
Can you
get your.
explain?
Sorry, do you have? Can you explain and? Yeah.
A direct negative just to see the vote.
Okay. Does anyone have an alternative motion? No alternative motions. Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. Vice Chair, please take the floor.
So starting motion number 3. Be aware that this motion includes all members and TO members, so please proceed to vote. Thank you. We have 30 seconds to vote, so please proceed to vote. Thank you. We are closing the vote now. So we have 63 in favor, 2 against, and 16 abstains.
Motion passes simple majority. Okay, can we please go to the next slide after this? Thank you, Fatima. So to the next point of the agenda, adoption of the strategy. Motion number 4, to adopt METSCO strategy for terms 2021-2024. This motion is proposed by the VPI. VPI, would you like to explain?
No, thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Riham, VPE. Do we have any amendments? Okay, so we have no amendments. Do we have a direct negative? Okay, so we have no direct negative. So motion passes nemo contra. So before we go into the presentation of the candidates, I will be opening a speakers list if anyone wants to join the speakers list. Does anyone want to speak on the speakers list? Okay, so no one would like to speak on the speakers list, so we can go on to the next point of the agenda. So we are starting the exciting part of the plenary, the presentation of the candidates for EB. So to the next slide. The first presentation of candidate is for Mr. Maitham Muhammad Al-Lawati. So please give us a few moments to prepare the video and we will present the video to you. Would you like a break now or after the presentations? We will take a 5-minute break now. So 5-minute break, everyone please just stay here and drink water, walk a little, and we will start at 15:45. So at 3:45, everyone please be here. We will be starting the presentation at 15:45. Okay, so we will be starting right now. So everyone, please be ready. We will start now. Maitham Al-Lawati, candidate for METSCO President 2021-2022.
Dear NGA 11 participants, TO, and the plenary team, I am Maitham Al-Lawati, a fifth-year medical student at Sultan Qaboos University. And it's my utmost pleasure to be standing before you today, presenting my candidature for the position of METSCO's president for the term 2021-2022. So let me start by introducing myself. My journey in METSCO started back in 2017, where I was a general member exploring the standing committees. And then in the following term, I've been the LOMI, and in the previous 2 terms, I have been part of the executive board. Throughout this journey, I've been blessed to attend 4 FMSA General Assemblies, 3 EOMRs, 1 pre-EOMR attending the Public Health Leadership Training, and 4 NGAs. Recently, I've been part of 2 regional initiatives, one which is being a member of the Regional Task Force evaluating the EOMR strategy, and a member of the CCC in the regional plenary in the last August meeting. So moving on to my plan of action. If elected, I will be focusing on 4 main pillars, which are internal development and engagement, external representation, financial stability, and capacity building. In internal development, I will work mainly on implementing the first ever METSCO strategy by ensuring the alignment of the TO annual working plan with the strategy and creating a strategy tracking sheet where there can be continuous documentation, monitoring, and evaluation. Also, producing a report at the end of the term to ensure the transparency of our work regarding the strategy and the process of and to ease the process of evaluation at the end of the strategy. The second point is to open a unified call to the TO assistants where all job descriptions will be clear. This will provide further opportunities to our members other than positions of the TO and the local teams. One of the main areas that we'll be focusing on is the TO mental health. I will ensure to keep continuing what has already been established in this term, which is the TO mental health watch in the monthly reports and the possibility of implementing it in the local teams. I will always be there for my TO for any support, help, or guidance they need to not feel overwhelmed or burnt out. I'll also be aiming to ask for METSCO members' input on several occasions regarding matters that are related to the community. Moreover, to the ideas and tasks mentioned above, I'll ensure the smooth running of the routine tasks of the president, such as maintaining contact with the subco, coordination of the community and METSCO's TO and TO meetings. External representation. External representation have not been the best in METSCO. However, several improvements and progression towards our work have been done in the previous term, which included signing of MOUs, actively participating in general assemblies and regional meetings, and also having members applying to external opportunities and initiatives in FMSA. Therefore, I will ensure to complete the steps and actions that have been taken and move forward by encouraging the VPE to actively participate in the NMO server and to prepare the delegation to actively participate in FMSA meetings. Also, using my recent experience in applying and being part of 2 regional initiatives, I will motivate, guide, and support the active and enthusiastic members to apply for different opportunities within FMSA. Moving on to the third pillar, which is an important part of our organization to be stable in, which is the finances. I will be working closely with the VPFS to ensure financial stability for METSCO for this upcoming and future terms. This will be done by achieving the strategic goals and continuing the current investment and look for further investment opportunities. Also providing the wide range of merge options for our members that is visible on different occasions. Moving on to the final pillar, which is capacity building. It's an important aspect that should be considered for all members within the community. So one of the first tasks that I will be sure to do is to have the proper handover from the current TO to the TO elect by having a group handover in the TOM 0 and ensuring having the individual handover for each TO member. We have new members joining METSCO every year, and it's important to educate and increase awareness to our work. Therefore, I'm planning to have several back-to-basics sessions and possible coffee tea time to educate and increase awareness. Finally, why to choose me? Well, I'm a dedicated, well-equipped, and experienced enough to be trustworthy holding this position. I have the skills needed as I'm a great leader, supportive, and always glad to share my experience and knowledge. Therefore, with all these skills and experience, I believe I'm confident and motivated now more than ever to lead this amazing community and this great team. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so that was the presentation for Maitham. Maitham, you can open your camera now. So if anyone has any questions, please raise their hand or put it into the chat. Please say your questions first, and then Maitham will have 3 minutes to answer his questions. So we will start with Shihab. So Shihab, yes, you can open your mic and ask your question.
Okay, thank you, Maitham, for your great presentation. I have 2 questions. I don't know if that's allowed, but the first question is, we have noticed a lack or low number of NU, zero actually, not a low number of NU applicants and the team officials. What is your plans to increase the involvement and representation of the NULC and the TO? And my second question, since no one raised their hand, is you mentioned capacity building plans, back to basics, and regional collaborations. How would you make that happen if, in case there's no VPCB elected, or the VPCB is relatively new to the position?
Okay, thank you, Shihab. Does anyone else have any other questions? If you do, please put it in the chat. Okay, so Maitham has a question and Khadija. So we'll take Maitham and Khadija's questions. So Maitham first, what more are you going to give METSCO in terms of new ideas and development? And Khadija, you can open your mic and ask your question.
Okay, so we all as team of officers notice that by the end of the term, things become worse, less active member, and no one gets motivated to work on activities. So what's your plan regarding this?
Did you get the question, Maitham?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, so we have time for one more question. Remember, this is your president for the next term, or possibly your president for the next term. And it's one of the most important positions. So if any of the members has any questions, no matter how small the question is, please do put forward your question, and we will have time for one more question. If no one else raises their hand or asks a question, members, you can ask your questions. Future TO, current TO, please do ask your questions. If no one else raises their hand, we will go back to the president for them to ask a question.
Okay, since no one raised their hand, I have a final question. Okay, the question is, I had personally plans for subco IRGs and activating subco more for this period. How are you going to tackle this issue, since also we had no subco applications for this NGA? And what are your plans for subco?
Okay, thank you, Shihab. So we can't take any more questions. Maitham, you have 3 minutes to answer the questions. I will cut you off at exactly 3 minutes.
All right, thank you all for your questions. So regarding the first question regarding no applicants from the NULC, well, first of all, notice that, and this is very unfortunate, and I will be contacting the current NULC president to share the call again once we open the second call to the email server, since a lot of students are engaging in the email university server, and to increase our promotion in the NULC. So that's what we'll be doing to tackle this issue. Regarding the second question regarding capacity building, since there is no VPCB currently, well, if still the issue continues on with no VPCB getting elected even with the second call. The back to basic sessions can be done through the local VPCBs and the local presidents and the local team to each local committee, and we will have several that I will be initiating the back to basic sessions for at the national level. And regarding the regional collaborations, this can be done through the standing committees with having capacity building topics through the standing committees topics and having the regional collaborations through the national officers. All right, so regarding the question of the VPFS, what's new are you bringing to METSCO? One is to regulate the TO assistance and encouraging the TO officials having assistance to develop the work and having it regulated through a call and through METSCO service. And also using my experience in the recent task force in the strategy to implement the strategy and monitor it and evaluate and continuous monitoring and documentation of our work in the TO to align with the strategy, as this is a new step that we're taking in METSCO. Regarding the question, regarding the NOMI question that we don't have active members, the TO or active members gets overwhelmed at the end of the term. I will ensure that to make it clear that from the beginning of the term that if any TO member needs to get a holiday somewhere between the term, he or she needs to inform before time that he will get or he will go into a break so that everything is set on and he or she can come back motivated and we solve this issue. Regarding the last question with SUBCO, yeah, there has been some challenges with the SUBCO, and I'm working to suggest some reformations with the work of the SUBCO and not limited to how the SUBCO works with an FMSA, and to make it more suitable to METSCO's work and METSCO's perspective. And this will hopefully engage the SUBCO more to the work of the, firstly, to work more regarding their foundation and to support the team officials and the community as a whole. Thank you.
Is that it, Maitham? You have 15 seconds left.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Maitham. We will go to the next candidate. Can Fatima open the presentation? So the next candidate will be Vice President for Financial Affairs, Mr. Abdullah Muhammad Al-Lawati. Will be sharing my screen now. Can everyone see the screen? Okay, I will be starting the video now.
Good evening, everyone. I hope that you're all doing well. My name is Abdullah Al-Lawati, and this is my application for the Vice President for Finance and Secretary role for the upcoming term. So the contents of my presentation are as follows. I'll start off by talking about my experiences within IFMSA and beyond. Then I'll talk about my financial background, showing you why I'm a strong candidate for this role. Next, I'll talk about my plan of action. And lastly, I'll display my contact information so that you can get in touch wherever, whenever. So experiences. My first taste of METSCO and IFMSA was actually in the last NGA, where I attended SCOF and SCOMI sessions. Ever since then, I felt like this was the place for me and a good escape from just purely studying. And so I immediately applied to the Assistant National Officer on Public Health role. This was rewarding and fulfilling, and it was very memorable, and it was good working with the current MPO Ahmed, as I have learned a lot from him. Other experiences include being the Vice Head of OC for this current NGA. I've also been an EMR and August meeting delegate, and I have been a project manager in both SCOF and non-SCOF events. Beyond the FMSA and MEDSCO world, I am also a member of the SKU College of Medicine and Health Sciences Curriculum Development Committee, and I'm also the Chief Financial Officer of Project Kariku, which is a high school project that I worked on during my years in Japan. And my role was to basically raise funds and capital and reinvest them to just keep the money going and fund future projects. My financial background. I am a US stock market trader and investor with 3 years of experience and a 77% success rate. This is a very good number, and it's determined by the number of profitable trades in comparison to like losses, negative trades. And so I am very happy with this rate and number. I am also a business owner. As I mentioned before, I am the CFO of Project Kariku, and I have contacts with the Capital Market Authority in Oman, where I aim to establish a formal partnership. I also have contacts with big investors and company owners, and they might be willing to help if we show them the value of MEDSCO. This is a picture of my portfolio during a very green day, and I'm very happy and rich during those days. My plan of action consists of 5 pillars, which are as follows: investments, sponsorship, merchandise, paid workshops, and secretary work. For my investment plan, it has 2 sides. First side is US stock market investing, where I will dedicate a small portion of MEDSCO's money to enter in long-term growth stocks and promising sectors. I will utilize a stop loss with strong technical and fundamental readings to justify my entries, to show you why I'm doing this. And this is a low risk and medium reward method. Second is Forex and commodities. I plan to recruit an account management agency that I have worked with before, where we give them our money, they invest it, and then they come back to us with profits. This is low risk, low reward, but it guarantees profit at least. Sponsorship and fundraising strategy. Like I said, I have connections with big investors, local businesses. I aim to establish partnership with CMA Oman. And my vision is that sponsors will be welcomed additions to MEDSCO, but not necessity. Like, we don't have to rely on sponsors. We'll just be happy if we have them. For fundraising strategy, I plan to continue with the guidelines created by the current VPFS Maytham. And I also plan to post quarterly financial results rather than yearly, so that you are all updated on my progress. For merchandise, I have previous experience with merchandise, and in my experience, it's always a mess and a difficult task. So my solution to this is to partner with a local online business where they handle all the logistic works after we give them the designs and approve them. This solution will enable us to have merch all year long so that we can gift them to, for example, guest speakers or something like that, rather than just have them during NGAs. And this will lessen the workload on us for creating the merch. For paid workshops and secretary work, I plan to continue with the BSS and BLS workshops that VPFS Maytham created. I will collab with SCOMI and PDD, and I'll also develop newer workshops with OMSB. For secretary work, I'll write minutes diligently, I'll handle the TO server, I'll update the scoring system, and I'll ensure efficiency all along. This is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, please go ahead, and thank you.
So that was the presentation of the Vice President for Financial Affairs and Secretary, Abdullah Al-Lawati. So if anyone has any questions, please ask it in the chat or raise your hand. We will ask the questions first, and then Abdullah can answer them in 3 minutes. Raise your hand if you have any questions, starting with Ahmed MPO.
Thank you, Ali. So my question for Abdullah, with such a big plan that you have had, how do you plan to mix between studies and actually working on MEDSCO? And how do you plan on achieving your goals?
Okay, so thank you, Ahmed. Did you get the question, Abdullah? Okay, so
Yes, I
on to, thank you. On to Shihab. Shihab, you can ask your question.
Thank you, Abdullah, for your presentation. It was very inspiring and had a lot of plans. And I thank you and wish you all the best. First of all, I had just one question regarding the secretary work. You mentioned just briefly some points about the secretary work. So if you could elaborate more on it and tell me what, in your opinion, is the work and the nature of the work going to be like.
Thank you, Shihab. Abdullah, did you get that question?
Yes.
Okay, so we have, we can get 2 more questions. So if anyone has any questions, please put it in the chat or raise your hands. Members can also ask questions. Okay, so going once. Okay, so we have a question from Mitham Al-Lawati. What stock industries will you invest in? Okay, so we have time for one more question. Going on. Oh, so we have hand risen. So this is the last question. VPI, you can open your mic and ask your question.
All right, thank you, Abdullah, very much for your presentation. I just had a question that with the merge, there has been some delays in this term. How are you going to tackle this issue to have it available since the beginning or since early in the term?
Can I go for it? Can I answer?
Yes, Abdullah, you have 3 minutes exactly. I will cut you off at 3 minutes.
So thank you all for your valuable questions. Starting off with NPO Ahmed's question regarding how will I balance my studies and my investing in the stocks. To be honest, it's hard to answer such thing given that I'm entering, phase 2, sem 3 and 4, and I don't know what's awaiting me in semester 4 from what I've heard. But I've thought well about it, and my plan is to start all the investment work in semester 3, like as early as possible. And I'll build the foundation in semester 3 for all my investing and my Medsco portfolio for stocks in the US market. And I will just fine tune the details in semester 4. So that's for balancing, work, balancing the studies and the investment portfolio. Second question from President Shihab, the secretary work. There's a lot of secretary work to handle. I briefly mentioned, but I will handle the TO server well. I need to see the nature of how the voting goes because I'm not as familiar, but I'm a quick learner and I'm trying to ensure efficiency within the system. That's one thing. Regarding writing minutes and all, I will follow up with the previous BPFS, Matham. I'm sure he wrote exceptional minutes, and I'll follow up and follow the style and maybe bring some minor changes. Third question was, what industries will I invest in? Well, we've been seeing recently electric vehicles have been, it's been a boom, especially in the US and Chinese market. So that's the first industry that I will immediately focus on. And in my opinion, those industries are very low risk because all the companies are just going up right now and they're just starting off. So this is one industry. I will also focus on technology and the typical like Apple, Microsoft, because I believe that those carry less risks as compared to, newer upcoming companies where we don't know the leadership model, the CEO, every day they change CEO, every day they change the board of directors. But here we have a clear idea and we can anticipate when they release earnings call, we can invest before just to make sure the hype raises the stock and we sell them. So that's like the lowest risk I can think of. Last question was from President Canon Matham regarding merge. Yes, I've seen firsthand how straining this merge job is. So my solution, as I mentioned in the presentation, is to sign an agreement or partnership early on with like a local online business for clothing and printing. And I have a few shortlisted, but I want to find the perfect one and the best deal for us. And so that's what I'll do. It will ease the pressure and load. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. So thank you, Abdullah. Just in time. So we will go into the next candidate, VPE candidate, Mr. Tariq Ali Al-Habsi. So give me a few moments to open the presentation. Okay, so Tariq Al-Habsi, candidate for Vice President for External Affairs, VPE for 2021-2022. I will start the presentation right now.
Assalamu alaikum, Medsco family. This is Tariq Al-Habsi, and it's my pleasure to be the candidate for Vice President for External Affairs. EMR 15 was a meeting to remember, because between those audience, I came to realize that it's not only Medsco family, it's IFMSA family. In 2017, my journey with Medsco started, and since then it was nothing but a journey full of passion, knowledge, new experiences, and much more. And IFMSA external meetings is a whole different story. Through Medsco activities, I was able to know myself better. And it was a chance for me to build my personality and improve my skills. Now let's start with my plan of action, which I divided into 3 levels: national, international, and EB work. First, the national work. So I'm planning to have a database for the current partnerships, evaluate our collaborations with them, highlight our mutual interest with keeping in mind their presence in our activities, and also close contact with them. For the new partnerships, I'm planning to have a needs assessment with SWOT analysis to know exactly what do we need as an NMO, and then having a list of new partners and discuss it with our TOs, then drafting new MOUs with assigning liaison officers for each. Coming to our policy documents, I will try to understand the challenges behind the small working groups, and then introduce the concept of policy documents to our members. After that, I will try at least to open 2 calls for small working groups and ensure the availability and access of policy documents to our members. For the capacity building, I will try to ensure empowering our members and have sessions about external representation, and that will be done by a collaboration with VBCB. Coming to the international work, I will keep close contact with our EMR RD and submit the NMOs by annual reports, ensuring Medsco presence and participation during external meetings. For our delegation, I will have clear criteria for selection. In addition to that, I will keep track of IFMSA email server and encourage the national officer to enroll their activities. For the external opportunities, I will ensure to assess these activities, evaluate them, and keep the TOs informed about them, and also motivate our member to participate in them. Last, but not least, the EB work. I will finalize, implement, and evaluate the external representation strategy and look for ways to improve it along the term. For MEDSCO bylaws and regulations, we will have fruitful discussions, look for improvement and feedback, and I will ensure my availability for any MEDSCO needs. With that, I will have a database to keep track of our external work. By that, I conclude my candidature presentation. Thank you for your time, and let's build MEDSCO future together. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
So that was the presentation of Tariq Al-Habsi. Tariq, you can open your camera right now. So we will receive questions for Tariq now. If you have, again, any questions, please submit it into the chat box or raise your hand. So Shihab Al-Ma'wali, President, you can ask your question.
Okay, thank you, Tariq, for your well-detailed presentation. I just have a question regarding your plan of action. You mentioned implementing policy documents and initiating policy documents and other small working groups and task forces. Something that we faced during this term and previous terms is lack of applications for small working groups, task forces, and external opportunities. First of all, what is your stance on that, and where do you think the problem is? Second of all, how can you tackle this problem with viable solutions? Thank you.
Thank you, Shihab. Tariq, did you receive that question?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So does anyone else have any other question? If you do, please put it in the chat box or raise your hand. Going once. Going twice. And thrice. Tariq, you can start answering the question right now. You have 3 minutes to answer the question. I will cut you off after exactly 3 minutes. Go ahead.
So thank you very much, Mr. President, for your valid question. Actually, policy documents is my priority for this term. After a discussion with the current VBE, we actually mentioned this point and we go in detail about it. Because regarding policy documents, as you said, there was lack of applicants. And the main problem was the concept of policy documents, not only for the general members, even for other, some members from the EB or from the TO. That's why what I'm planning to do is, first of all, in the Tom 0, we will have a detailed session about policy documents. And then we will work on that local level in back to basics session, also to introduce this to the local team. And after that, I will keep a close contact with the national officers to encourage their locals and their members to talk about these policy documents and also supplement them with their standing committees policy documents from other NMOs and from IFMSA also. Now with that also I will have several sessions. I will try to collaborate with Vice President for capacity building to have sessions for those members to introduce this concept for them. After them knowing about this concept and how to do it, a policy document, it's not actually that hard. It's the knowledge is not established. So after establishing this knowledge, we will open the call. Now, opening the call will be after discussion with the TOs. And mostly we'll open it during holidays or off days for the members to allow them to participate and apply for these small working groups. And that's mainly the points that I want to work on.
Thank you, Tariq. You have 56 more seconds. So does anyone else have another question? So if no one else other than the president has a question, I will let him ask. Does anyone else have a question? Please put it in the chat box. Okay, so President, you can open your mic and ask the question.
Okay, thank you, Tariq, for your elaborate answer, first of all. I have a follow-up question for regarding the delegations to GAs and EMR. Luckily, this term we had online GAs and EMR, so we had almost full delegations. I think, yeah, full delegations for all of them. How are you going to tackle the issue of lack of applicants or a small number of delegation when we actually go to physical GAs and EMRs? And also, how would you tackle the lack of applicants to IT and external opportunities in IFMSA leadership positions? Thank you.
Did you get that question, Tariq?
Yes, I got it.
Okay, so you have 56 seconds left to answer this question. Go ahead.
All right. Now, since this position is a new position and it will be the next term is the second term for it, we are working to establish this external representation concept to our members. And we are working on this throughout our strategy. So this strategy will work on that. And also we will equip them with the skills. Now, during my plan of action, I mentioned that I'm working on a capacity building sessions to equip these members. Therefore, they feel that they are ready to apply for such positions, and not only the or the motivated members or the activated members who only participate in them. I feel like if we are working on this space and we keep like reminding them and offer them with the opportunities, especially through our server, they will be much motivated to participate.
Time is up. Thank you, Tariq. So now this ends the candidates for the executive board positions. There were no applicants for the positions of VP, for the position of VPCB and VPI. So now we go to the presentation of candidates for TO of 2021 to 2022. After the presentation of candidates for 2021-2022, we will have a 20-minute break. So NPO candidate, Ms. Fatma Ahmed Al-Hosni. I will present her video right now. I will start the video right now. Candidate for NPO, Fatma Al-Hosni.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Fatma Al-Hosni. I'm a third-year medical student at SQU, and I'm applying for the position of National Officer on Public Health for the upcoming term. Last term, actually this term, I've been the local officer on public health at my LC, and throughout the term, I was the project manager of 3 campaigns, a workshop, an ideathon, a blood drive, and was an OC member in multiple activities. I also took on the role of designing posts for SCOF locally. I designed many posts about various public health topics and even made a few videos. If elected, my plan will be mainly divided into 6 parts. The first part will be SCOF projects. I'll be evaluating past SCOF projects, as I believe that many of them should be reintroduced and continued, maybe with slight modifications and improvements. I'll also be regularly asking LPOs and SCOF members for input and ideas to keep them involved and to get as many new ideas as possible. Secondly, capacity building, which I think is a very important part of SCOF. We'll be hosting webinars about various public health topics whenever possible. We'll also be having policymaking sessions to teach SCOF members and even METSCO members from other standing committees the basics about policymaking so that they can later be involved in small working groups. And if any external opportunities come up, members will be fully encouraged to attend. As I said, after equipping members with the necessary skills and building blocks of policy making, we'll be opening calls for small working groups to work on policy documents. Furthermore, I am planning on signing our first SCOF exchange contract by August 22, and I believe that this can be achieved by starting to work on the contract early on, as soon as the term starts, and focusing on trying to find a tutor as soon as we can. The fifth part of my plan is going to be continuing and expanding on SCOF research. This will basically be done by continuing where the NPO and ANPO left off last term. In addition, I believe that social media is a very important tool that should be utilized well in raising awareness. We'll continue posting regularly and the LPOs will be encouraged to do so as well. And we'll also continue with our SCOF Tuesdays. Finally, we'll be collaborating with other standing committees, other NMOs, and external organizations. This will help us in gaining visibility and will broaden our horizons. Thank you for listening, and I can't wait to be your next NPO.
Dear NGA participants,
Okay, so thank you. So that was the video for Fatma Al Hosni. So if anyone has any questions, since the time is less here, so the candidate has 3 minutes to answer the questions, 2 minutes to answer the questions. So we will only take 2 questions as a start and then add more questions for after. 3 questions and then add more questions. So Ahmed NPO, please open your mic and ask your question.
Thank you, Fatma, for your presentation and all your hard work this year. Okay, I have 2 questions that I wanted to ask Fatma. First of all, like you have been part of most of the activities that we have done and the campaigns. Yeah, you have seen the decreased number of participants' engagement in all and progressively through all of them. So, what do you plan on doing about that? And my second question is, what's your plan regarding the SCOF exchange? And as you have seen throughout this term that we could not do it due to the COVID-19, what do you plan on doing about that? And thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Shihab, you can open your mic and ask your question now.
Okay, thank you, Fatma, for the great presentation and great plan of action. I just had a question regarding the next step for SCOF. You covered basically everything, and we have most of the things in starting the policy is a good plan. It's just the next step for leadership positions in IFMSA regarding SCOF, and the next step in actually winning activities fairs and participating more in activities fair internationally in the GAs and EMR. Thank you.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat the question, Shihab? I got lost with this.
Okay, so in short, 2 questions. How can you increase the participation in activities fair in IFMSA? And the second question was, how can you increase the representation of METSCO members in SCOF positions internationally?
Did you get the question, Fatma? Okay, so does anyone else have a question? You can put it in the chat box. You can raise your hand to ask. Going once, going twice, and going thrice. Fatma, you have 2 minutes to answer the questions. I will cut you off once the 2 minutes finish. You can start.
Okay. So I'd start with the first question, which was about the members' participation and engagement. So hopefully by conducting in-person activities and also trying to have in-person introductory SCOF sessions in both SQU and NU, members will be more interested from the beginning of the term, because I think that the decrease in participation was mainly due to the online setting of our activities. We can also introduce nights, like for example, game nights every now and then, like for example, on a quarterly basis, so that members can get energized and get to know each other. So I think that's basically it for the activity, for the engagement, and we'll keep on evaluating our approach and adjusting it throughout the term to see what we should do and if we should change our approach. Secondly, the SCOF exchange, how I'm planning to implement it. Basically, it will be by having a proper plan by the start of the term. So starting to work on the SCOF exchange contract early on, getting in contact with the NEO as soon as we can, and also with the SCOF international team in charge of exchanges. And basically praying that the COVID situation allows us to implement the first contract. Okay, 1 minute. The next question was increase the participation in activities fair in IFMSA. I think that would basically, I don't know if I got the question, but I think it'll basically be done by conducting interesting activities throughout the term. And if we got members to engage well and if we got them energized throughout the term, we would get members willing to participate in the activities fair. So I think this answer is basically based on the first answer. We actually had an activity presented this term for the EMR, which was before tying the knot, but someone from SCORP presented it. So I make sure that someone from SCOF participates, both on a national and on regional and international meetings. The last question was representation of SCOF members internationally. Okay, time is up. Do I go on?
No, time is up, so we need to go to the next candidate. Thank you very much, Fatma. Fatma, can you please open the presentation? Okay, so the next candidate will be the NORI candidate, Ms. Lubna Sulaiman Al-Hashmi. Give me a few moments to open the presentation. Okay, so I will be starting the presentation. Fatma, sorry, Lubna, NORI candidate.
Welcome, Medco family. This is Lubna Al-Hashmi, your current candidate for the NORI position for the term 2021-2022. I hope you had the chance to go throughout my motivational letter, plan of action, and CV that was sent earlier this week. In this video, I'm going to be explaining my plans for SCORI for the next term. So let us start off with the academic quality of our research exchanges. In the beginning, I'm willing to implement the 9 steps of academic quality that is introduced by SCORI to our system, and to be the first time to do this here in Oman. And this will enhance our ability to improve SCORI exchanges in the future and also follow up the students during the exchange when they're here. In addition, I want to increase the quality of research that we offer our incomings. This will be done by reaching doctors and institutions that offer advanced type of research, like clinical trials, prospective studies, and lab work studies. Moving on now to our scores, which are the base of our blue family. What I'm willing to do here is recruit more numbers by having more collaboration with other standing committees, and also reach out for the intercurated phase that have many research enthusiasts. Moreover, for our qualification of SCORE members that will be representing us in regional and international events, I'll make sure that we prepare them better for those events, and we'll be continuing following them throughout the events to make sure that all the requirements and inquiries are met. Moreover, when we talk about collaborations, I'm going to make sure that most of our sessions and events have collaborations with organizations that care about research, whether they were national or international. In addition, I'm going to be talking about advertising for exchanges. Now, I know we've been trying to do this for quite some time now, which is having our independent SCORE and SCOPE channels. I'm going to be trying to do this again this semester because I know this will serve a very important platform for the future of SCORE and SCOPE. At the end, I'll be talking about the communication because all of the above cannot be reached out without a very good communication base. I'm hoping to have annual reminders for SCORENs that will be monthly, so we update them about the events, sessions that will be held nationally, locally, regionally, or internationally. Now, my video comes to an end. Thank you for watching and see you later.
So thank you. So that was the presentation of Lubna Al-Hashmi running for Nori. So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand and or write it in the chat box. Again, I would like to remind everyone, participants can also ask questions. So we would like to start with the first person who raised their hand, BPE. BPE, please open your mic and ask a question.
Thank you, Lubna, for your presentation. So my question is, before signing contracts with specific NMOs, do you have any plans on taking input from MEDSCO's members, as they will be the one going on those exchanges? Thank you.
Yeah, please open your mic and ask your question.
Okay, I opened my mask. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Lubna. And I just have one question regarding the research opportunities for our students here. Do you have any plan for displaying the research that is already completed by students? And in terms of MEDSCO, like displaying it and publicizing it?
Sorry, I didn't get you. The voice was off.
Okay,
Can you repeat?
My question? Okay, so do you have any plans for displaying the work of our students in terms of research?
Thank you, Shahab. Lubna, did you get both questions? Okay, does anyone have another question? Okay, see no other questions to be asked. So Lubna, you can start. You have 2 minutes and I will stop you after the 2 minutes finishes. You can go ahead.
Okay, so Riham asked about the contracts and signing them. So actually we've already started with our president Nori. Just Salma, she's already the one taking care of the signing contracts because we have to actually reach them like starting from August and so on. But I'll continue and follow up her work and what she has, and hopefully, yes, we will look at MEDSCO's like members' opinions and maybe the past members that went to an exchange and take their input and like what they liked and what disliked and what do they prefer. So we'll keep this encounter. But for the generally signing the contracts, we already have started and we're going to be like continuing to sign contracts throughout the term. For Shahab's question, which was about displaying our research products here. Yes, I'm actually hoping to have like one of the conferences that we're hopefully going to organize is have a session for our research projects to be displayed. And hopefully we're going to have like a good number of participants, and we're going to have like this also research proposal workshop and stuff like that. So this is basically what I have to say. If anyone has another question, I think we still have time.
Okay, so you have 1 minute left. So if anyone would like to ask another question, please raise your hand. So President is raising their hand. So if no one else has a different question, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Lubna, for your answer. I have a follow-up question for regarding the research poster fair in terms of IFMC and EMR. Do you have any plans for submitting applicants for these fairs?
Okay, Maitham, I will let Lubna answer this question first, and then if she has time, she can answer next. We have 1 minute, Lubna, go ahead.
So of course, we're going to be making sure that we have, as I mentioned in plan of action, actually any international or regional event that SCORE can represent themselves there. I'm going to make sure that we have someone to represent us, and we're going to make sure that we start off like before time, so we give a chance for our participants to prepare themselves and get ready like within a very good time, so we don't like rush them at the end.
Okay, thank you, Lubna. You have 35 seconds remaining. So Maitham, if you would like to ask a question.
All right, okay, thank you very much, Lubna, for your presentation. I just had a question. Are you planning to have any symposiums or conferences to like encourage our members to present their research work?
Okay, Lubna, you can go ahead. 40 seconds are left. You can start.
I don't know if this is like different or similar to Shihab's question, but as I said, I am really hoping to encourage, like, not only by just representing the research, I am willing to offer them research opportunities within SCORE itself. So hopefully that we'll provide them with research opportunities here ourselves, and then we're going to allow them to represent their work, their posters, and so on. And we'll do this maybe by the second term, as I'm hearing.
Time is up. Okay, so thank you very much, Lubna. We will go on to the next candidate. So the next candidate presenting will be the NEO candidate, Mr. Anas Imad Al-Wahibi. I will be presenting the video in a few moments. Okay, so I'll be presenting it now. Okay, so candidature for National Exchange Officer for the term 2021-2022, Anas Al-Wahibi.
Greetings, people of Earth. My name is Anas Al-Wahibi. I am a 5th year medical student at Sultan Qaboos University and a man who loves life. This is my candidature for the position of National Exchange Officer for the term 2021-2022. To start up, I participated previously in several Medsco events. I was a participant in the 9th NGA, a member of the organizing committee of the 10th NGA, and I'm the coordinator of Scopy sessions in the 11th NGA. I also organized several events in the university and the hospital. I am as well the current National Exchange Officer of Medsco. Some may ask, why am I running for the same position for 2 terms? And simply answering, because I found that I can't get enough of Scopy, and because there are still a lot of things that need to be done, and I'll talk about them in my plan of action. So mainly my plan of action is divided into 4 main pillars. And these 4 pillars are arranged in a gradual manner depending or based on the focus, the workflow, and the process. At first, we have the bonding between the members, then we have the academic recognition, then the academic quality, and finally the main outcome of Scopy work, which are the exchanges. When I first took the position, there was a large gap between the NEO and the LEOs and a tremendous gap between the national team and the members. And this gap of communication led into lack of activation of Scopy locally. That's why I focused from the beginning of my term on connecting these lines and activating Scopy locally. And yet, there is a lot to do in this term. The academic recognition is a major concern for the Scopy international team, and it's a main focus point in Scopy strategy. That's why I consider the academic recognition as a main pillar in my plan of action, as gaining it from our LCs will eventually help us raise our academic quality and enhance our exchange program. The academic quality is a significantly important pillar in my plan of action, as enhancing it with a highly prepared outgoing students and an exchange program that is enriched with an excellent educational experience will overall rise the quality of our main focus and outcome, the exchanges. The exchange program is the main outcome and focus of Scopy work. That's why my plan of action is actually built to sustain and...
Unfortunately, we have to stop the presentation as the bylaws say, and it has to be for 3 minutes only. So we apologize for that. So now to questions. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. Okay, and you can also put it in the text box. So we have one hand risen, if anyone else. Okay, so Salma, you can open your mic and ask your question.
Thank you, Anas, for the presentation. I have 2 questions. So my first question is, how are you going to strengthen the bond of between Scopy teams in both LCs? And my second question is, what are your plans to enhance the members' activity or contribution in Scopy activities in the future?
Did you get the question, Anas?
Yes.
Okay, so President, you can open your mic and ask your question.
Thank you, Anas, for your presentation. I just have one question that was similar to the previous question for the candidate for Scopy. How would you ensure the involvement of members' input in the country assigned for exchange? And how would you avoid having countries that people don't want to apply to?
All right. Shall I start answering?
I just let's see if anyone else has a question. So does anyone else have a question? Selma, do you have another question?
No, that would be it.
Okay, so please lower your hand, and Anas, you can start now. You have 2 minutes and I will stop you at exactly 2 minutes. You can go ahead.
All right. As for the bonding between the two LCs and between the members in general, I'm planning by the beginning of the next term of having a Scopy week. This Scopy week aims to introduce and ice break the walls between the members, my members, and I'm by this answering the other question, and encourage and enrich Scopy members with the sufficient knowledge that they require in order to activate Scopy. I believe that the major concern and the major problem in the deactivation, beside the miscommunication between the members, was the lack of knowledge that we as members don't have enough knowledge about Scopy. And by having this Scopy week, I am planning to roll out these things and fulfilling it by the beginning of the term. And this was for the Selma question. Okay. Should I go to the next question or?
Yes, you can go to the next question. You have 51 seconds remaining.
As for the input of our students, the contracts that are signed are built on previous knowledge and previous collaborations between the countries. All right, and it's also built upon previous knowledge about the applicant or applicable countries for our students, from their desires from the previous terms, and from the evaluation forms that they fill about their exchanges.
Thank you very much, Anas. You have 10 more seconds remaining, so I don't think that's enough time for another question. So,
Okay, I want to say one thing. I believe the presentation was not enough, so you can reach out whenever you want to ask whatever question related to scope you want, so I can elaborate on it and answer.
Okay, just to add to Anas's point, there will be a 20 minutes break after the presentation of the MPTD, so 2 more presentations left. So during the break, you can ask questions, look at the submissions, and make a calculated decision. So now we go on to the next candidate, the candidate for the NORP candidate, Ms. Qabas Khalid Al-Ismaili. I will open the presentation in a moment. Just a moment, we are having technical problems. Abbas, can you please send the video again on the pt.medsco@gmail.com?
Okay.
Okay. We will move on to the next candidate. So Fatma, can you please open the presentation again and move on to the next candidate? And we will do the NORP presentation later. So on to the next candidate, MPDD candidate, Ms. Safa Khalifa Al-Ghaithi. I will open her video right now.
For the term to MPDD for the term 2021 to 2022, and it's my pleasure to be part of the officials team. So I'll start talking more about myself. I'm a fourth-year medical student in Sultan Qaboos University who is expert in designing and making videos. My skills in leadership, making decisions, critical thinking, and time management are pretty excellent. There is no doubt that social media platforms are the first main gate for MIDSCO, also the source of attraction that will define MIDSCO identity. Therefore, by the end of my term as the MPDD, there are certain goals I have decided to achieve. First one is to enrich MIDSCO account with more appealing posts and videos. Second one is to ensure full media coverage for all the events. And finally, the third one, to increase number of followers in both Instagram and Twitter accounts. So in order to fulfill these goals, there are certain key actions must be implemented, and that takes me to my plan of action, where I'm going to show you the media team structure, which contains the following: designers team, video makers team, translators and reviewers team, audio commenters team, photographers team, and finally the publishers team. To ensure the best performance for each team, I will design a guideline document or a survival kit that will assist and improve them to fulfill their tasks. If possible, I will not hesitate to arrange training sessions for them, especially for video editors. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that I will level up to your expectations on me. And please, if you have any questions, suggestions, comments, you are more than welcome to contact me through my contact info. Thank you very much.
Improve.
So that was the presentation of the MPDD. Safa, so sorry for the technical problems that we had at the start. So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand or put it in the chat box. VPI, you can open your mic and ask your question.
All right, thank you very much, Safa, for your presentation. I just had a question. In the previous two terms, we had a problem that when you're reaching to the end of the term, even though there are a lot of designers in MIDSCO in the team, but there's a lack of motivation and no one is willing to design. So how are you willing to tackle this?
Okay, so we have another question in the chat box from VPFS Mitham. How are you going to increase the followers on our social media platforms? So those are, did you get both questions, Sabah? Okay, so does anyone else have any other question? Okay, so a final question from President. President, you can open your mic and ask your question.
Thank you, Safa, for your presentation. I just wanted to ask, do you have any plans of increasing the social media platforms and the actually active social media platforms in MIDSCO?
Okay, Safa, did you get the question? Okay, so you have 2 minutes to answer the questions. I will stop you at 2 minutes. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you all for your questions. And I will start with the first one. So if I face any lack of motivation from the members, actually the lack of motivation is maybe it's a result of the lack of inspiration, that they don't have any ideas how they elaborate or how they could draw their ideas on, or maybe the events are not that a good I mean, it's not moving their feelings or their ideas to create more to create or to design more their how to show how I mean how to draw them, to design them in the proper way. So in that case, maybe we can discuss it. We are one team. We are one soul that they can. I can assist them, give them ideas, give them suggestions. We are all together. So I hope that answered it. The second one is the followers. The followers. It's basically the activities that I'm going to make them in the platforms. Maybe we can create polls. Maybe we can make what we call it live stream on Instagram. Those are all new attractive activities that can attract or increase the followers in our social platforms. And also, I was thinking of making an online, while we are in this pandemic, maybe we could make an electronic exhibition that we could invite many people, and that will increase also our followers. And also that answer. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Safa. And we will now go on to the previous candidate, Norb Musqabat Khalid Al-Ismaili. So Tariq, if you can share the screen, since I have a technical problem with this video.
1 second. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, this is Qabas Al-Ismaili, second year medical student at Sultan Qaboos University, applying for the position of National Officer on Human Rights and Peace, NORP, for the term 2021-2022. I have always been interested in human rights, and this interest has grown over the years. I'm motivated and feel passionate about supporting others and ensuring that we all have the human rights we deserve. 2 years before joining the medical college, I had the knowledge about Medisco and SCORP from my sister, and we were always discussing the topics of SCORP event. When I joined the college last year, I immediately engaged in SCORP because I believe that being a member of SCORP is one of my ways of contributing to my society and creating a positive change in human rights. I'm applying for NORP because I believe it's the time for SCORP to be the committee that raises the awareness of human rights and makes a sea of changes in human lives. Although the last year was my first year at SQU, I got the chance to be the media director of SCORP and to be the head of the coordination team of the college's Blood Donation League. Moving to the national activities, I was a member of the organizing committee of all SCORP events during the last term, such as Labor Rights event, Wrexham event, the Children's Day events, and so on. Also, I'm a member of accompanying events team of the 11th NGA. I was also active in international events by organizing the winter camp with IFMSA Iraq as a member of both the media and the support teams. Also, I was one of the EMR 17 delegation. Moving on, my plan of action during the term 2021-2022, I will be working on the following points. 1. Increase the number of students engaged in SCORP events. The greater number of students mean more activities, more ideas, and more effects on the society. 2. Implement new activities that are targeted towards capacity building to provide SCORPians with tools and skills to act according to human rights and ethics in everyday life. 3. Evaluate events to enhance our progression. 4. Share IFMSA opportunities to SCORPian and ask them to share their takeaways from these international events to other SCORP members. 5. Organize events with other animals to share experience and get more active members. 6. Using social media and celebrities for promotion, as long as we don't sure about the possibility of having events on campus or in other public places with a huge number of attendees. Finally, we live in a world that needs constant reminding of the existence of human rights, and in SCORP, we will keep reminding the world. I would be honored to be selected.
Okay, we need to stop the video since 3 minutes are over. Sorry for that, Safa. So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. Khadija, you raise your hand. Please go ahead, open the mic and ask your question.
Okay, so as we all know that there are always limitations of the topics to be discussed in human rights due to our society and due to the university rules. So what are your plans to deal with this limitation?
Okay, Qabbas, did you get the question?
Yes, I got it.
Okay, so Zahra, you raised your hand. Please open your mic and ask your question.
So what we're facing in the past couple of years and even this year is the engagement of members. So how are you planning to tackle this issue and increase, like the engagement of the members in activities and making sure it's not always the same members participating?
Thank you, Zahra. Did you get the question, Qabbas?
Okay, I'm going to start with the Zahra question.
One more question and then you can start. So
okay.
President, please open your mic and ask your question.
Thank you, Qabbas, for your presentation. I just had a question regarding SCORP regulations. Do you have any plans for initiating it or starting to work on it?
Please, I don't get the question. Can you please repeat it?
Do you have any plans for initiating SCORP regulations?
Okay, I get it.
Okay, so you can start. You have 2 minutes. I will stop the mic or close the mic after 2 minutes. So please go ahead. Your time starts now.
Okay, I'm gonna start with the Zahra questions. So about increasing the number of participants and encourage them to participate in the events. So I'm gonna create an atmosphere that encourage all the participants, and this by the following things. We're gonna have an events just to have a fun and just to communicate more with the participants. Also, I'm gonna have an open sessions that we're going to discuss several topics. These topics related to the human rights or not related. It's up to them to choose the topic that they want us to discuss about it. Also, moreover, I'm the representative of 2020 cohort, so I can encourage my cohort to most of them to be a part of SCORP, and actually I know them and they are an active students. So to make sure that the participant, in each event, we're gonna have the new faces of organizers. So I'm gonna make sure that we're going to have the plan in the beginning of the year, and then I'm gonna send it to them. Each one who wanted to take or to organize an event, he should write her name next to it. Excuse me, I have. So the second question, it's about the limitation of the topics. Sure, we're not going to discuss any topic without make sure that it's not conflict with the rules that we have in Oman. Okay. I'm sorry, I missed a question, I think.
Regulations, SCORP regulations. You have 15 seconds to answer.
Talking about SCORP regulation, as I said, we're going to have a plan from the beginning of the term, and we're going to write on it the events, and then I'm going to send it to the WhatsApp group, and they have to choose the
the event that they want to organize it.
Time is up. This ends the presentations for both the EB and the TO. We will have a 20-minute break. So please go eat, pray, and we will be back here at 7:30 sharp. So back here at, sorry, 5:30 sharp.
And still there is no music.
Anas, we're waiting for you.
Anas, the stage is all yours.
من ده بيقول كده؟
أنا ريان.
انت تكنيكال بكبرش المفروض شغالين من البدايه للنهايه، ما يحتاج بالمره.
أنا أعطيتك هذه الشغلة يعني حالك.
مو في مود امس، بالعكس انتم ما عندكم ذوق، ما تحبوا الاوبرا.
أيوة، أنت الذوق كله يعني خذ الشغلة كامل.
اسمع. حرامات باغيين شغل لبنان. ما فيها مزحة ذي. كنت في رحلة بحث أدور لكم مش شغلكم. فين تلاقي دي جي كذا يضبطكم بعد. شغلكم تحفة فنية يمكن لكن ما تعجب كل حد. زين. يا أخي في طريقة أظن نسوي الشير. شير شو يسمونه. ما علينا.
يا حبيبي يا حبيبي
طيب خلص المقطع وغير خلاص. والله حرام عليكم. من كذا عجب، إذا عرف السبب بطل العجب نيرة. على الأقل حافظينها أحسن عن حفظ الأشياء اللي ذا الأطفال باينها تو. جيل ما عنده ذاك taste of music. تفضلوا.
قد لمعت عيناه بالعزم انتفضت يمناه في هدوء الليل. من هو الصامد المغامر في وجه السيل؟ يبعد عن عينيه الراحة، يتحدى خصما في الساحة، يرمي ويصيب الأهداف، يسعى دوما لتحقيق الإنصاف. وخيال أبيه في الأحلام يوقظ في القلب
Okay,
الحساس
so
حب
I
الخير كل.
think the music will stop in QNS. Please let everyone know that we will be starting in 5 minutes. Until we start in 5 minutes, I will explain to you the majorities and how the voting will work. Everyone, please open Nemo vote while I explain. So everyone, please open your Nemo vote right now. And we will check how many people are online on Nemo vote. So I will explain how the voting will go. It will go the same as we did earlier for the motions. Everyone will get a chance to vote. TO get 5 votes and members get 1 vote in terms of weightage. The votes will only pass, or the person will win the election only if he gets 2/3 of the votes. If the person gets less than 2/3 of the vote, the election fails, or he doesn't get the position, and the position will be vacant. Yes, and candidates can vote for themselves if they are members of the NGA. Being a member of the NGA means you get a voting right, and that's OC, sessions team, and all the participants. Fatma, please check your email. I sent you an email for the email you sent me. If you didn't, please contact me on WhatsApp. So if the election, if the votes are less than 2/3, the position will become vacant and will be opened in the second call. The same goes to the other positions that no one applied to. So we will be starting the vote in a few seconds. I'm Fatma, and please contact me on WhatsApp, or anyone else who has any other problems, so we can send you a new username and password. 1 minute warning. We will start voting in 1 minute. We will start now. So everyone, please be on Nemo vote. Please be online so you can see the vote. Okay, so we will not let anyone in after Ronak. So Ronak was the last person we let in. So now, anyone after voting starts, we will not let anyone in until the voting ends. So no one can be let in until the voting ends. So we will start now. So the first one is election. So election of MEDSCO president for the term 2021-2022. Please take the floor, Vice.
Starting vote now. Please vote in Nemo vote.
So this is for Mr. Maitham Al-Lawati. The first one is in favor of Maitham Al-Lawati. The second one is against Mr. Maitham Al-Lawati. And the third one is abstain.
I'll be closing the vote after 30 seconds. Ten seconds are remaining now. Okay, so we're now closing the vote.
Okay, so we will announce the results after the end of the plenary. So we will go on to, so the end of the election, sorry. So now we move into the next person, election of VPFS for the term 2021-2022. For Mr. Abdullah Al-Lawati, Vice, please take the floor.
Starting vote now. You have 30 seconds left to vote. Closing the vote now.
Okay, to the next one. Election of VPE for the term 2021-2022. 1 in favor of Mr. Tariq Al-Habsi, 2 against Mr. Tariq Al-Habsi, 3 abstain Mr. Tariq Al-Habsi. Vice Chair, please take the floor.
Starting vote now. Thirty seconds and the vote will close. So I will close the vote now.
Okay, so the vote is closed. On to the next vote, election of TO officials for 2021-2022. We'll start with the first person. So election of NPO for the term 2021-2022. Number 1 in favor of Ms. Fatma Al-Hosni. Number 2 against Ms. Fatma Al-Hosni. Number 3 abstain Ms. Fatma Al-Hosni. Vice Chair, you can take the floor.
Opening vote. Please proceed to vote. The vote will close after 20 seconds. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So we'll close the vote now.
Okay, on to the next person. Election of National Officer for Research Exchange, Nori, for the term 2021 to 2022. Number 1, in favor of Ms. Lubna Al-Hashmi. Number 2, against Ms. Lubna Al-Hashmi. Number 3, abstain Ms. Lubna Al-Hashmi. Vice Chair, you can take the floor.
The vote is now open and available. After 30 seconds, we will close the vote. So we'll now close the vote.
So we can move on to the next person. So election for the NEO for the term 2021-2022. Number 1, in favor of Mr. Anas Al-Wahabi. Number 2, against Mr. Anas Al-Wahabi. Number 3, abstain Mr. Anas Al-Wahabi. Vice Chair, you can take the floor.
The vote is open and available. Please proceed to vote. We'll be closing the vote after 30 seconds. We are still waiting for 4 people to vote, so you could reach the maximum number of voters. So please proceed to vote. Thank you. So we will proceed to close the vote now.
Okay, so the vote is closed. We can move on to the final person. Fatma, if you can, I'm sorry, you did 2 more people. So election of the NOR for the term 2021-2022, number 1 in favor of Ms. Qabas al-Ismaili, number 2 against Ms. Qabas al-Ismaili, number 3 abstain Ms. Qabas al-Ismaili. Vice Chair, you can take the floor.
The vote now is open and available. We will close the vote after 30 seconds. We are waiting for 4 more votes, and then we are closing the vote. So we are now closing the vote.
Okay, on to the final vote. Election of the MPDD for the term 2021-2022. Number 1 in favor of Mustafa Al-Ghaithi. Number 2 against Mustafa Al-Ghaithi. Number 3 abstain Mustafa Al-Ghaithi. Vice Chair, you can take the floor now.
The vote now is open and available. The vote will close after 30 seconds. We are still waiting for one more vote, and then we are closing the vote. And now we will proceed to close the vote.
Okay, so this ends our election. We will have a 5 to 10 minute break. Everyone, please stay in this room. Anas, if you would like to open music or talk or whatever, please do that in this time. I would. So this is a 10-minute break. Yeah, so we'll make it 10 minutes. Yeah, so just make sure that the music is doesn't have any copyright issues. So, yeah. So 10 minutes break. So we will be back here at 6:10. 6:10. Everyone, please be here, or just don't leave. So, and we will count the votes, and the results will be after this.
خلاص, no music. Enjoy the silence. Mitham Junior, do you copy? Okie dokie, can you hear me? مرحبا. مو تبي تسمعوا؟ لأنه ما أعرف إذا سبيس تون تعتبر فيها كوبي رايتس ولا ما فيها. يعني حتى سبيس تون ما يسمع.
أحس ما سبيس تون طيبون، ما بيقاضي وش اسمه الطلبة الصغار هم طالعين على الحياة.
ما يقاضي شباب المستقبل.
أيوه. صفاء لا
طبعا مو
صفاء تدخل فيه بس أحس لا تختل متى.
ترى المشكلة البلانري كله يعتبر لايف ستريم. زين، فبعدين لما ينحط في اليوتيوب إذا كان في واحدة من الأغاني كان في موسيقى أو كان في أي شيء في كوبي رايتس بيصير له سسبنشن، ما يعرضوا يعني يمسحوه من القناة.
زي ما يصير during the breaks أصلا سكتر كامل لايف.
صعب لا، عشان كان كل واحد متواصل بلانري. بيسكروا آخر شيء في الانونسمنت اوف ذا ريزولتس.
بعد يصير توقفوا وتسجل مرة ثانية.
ما عاد لا، ما بيشغلوا مرة، إنها تعتبر نهاية البلانري خلاص. anyhow ما خلصن 5 دقائق 10. أنا صوتي أوبرالي وما يصلح الزوم. متوترين انتوا. بعطيكم قصيدة. حم قصيدة تزيد التوتر. قصيدة مشهورة. قصيدة مشهورة.
حولة موجودة، سجلي هذا الحدث لو سمحتي وحطوه في الفيديو.
أي حدث؟
أنس يقول شعر.
بس طول حياتي يقول شعر. ما حسبت في شيء مستوي. زين. هي قصيدته هي. فين مارسكوبي؟ مارسكوبي من مارسكوبي كان كلهم يكتبوا. قلنا نحن نكتب، نحن شعراء ما حد سوى لنا ذاك. ما أعرفكم، يمكن شيء ناس ما تسمع الشعر هذا. عبد الله القابري غادر مرتين، غادر. انزين شعر. ما أعطيكم شعر. شعر 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 شعر.
Guys, we will be announcing the results shortly. Thank you.
خلاص خلص الذكاء. لقد نجوت بأعجوبة. بعد أسوي لكم صوت مع الساعة عشان تتوتروا زيادة. فكرة طيبة. شكلك ما تعرفي التو ثيرد ماجورتي يا آنسة. تو ثيرد ماجورتي واحدة من أكبر المآسي اللي ممكن الواحد يواجهها لو يواجه نفسه مع التصويت. أحسنت عاد.
I would like to ask all candidates to open their camera. All candidates and current TO, please open your cameras. Can the co-host please unlock the meeting and allow everyone to come in? Just you can, yeah, I unlock the meeting and I'll disable the waiting room as well. Have all candidates opened their cameras? Where is this noise? من مش هذا الصوت. Yes. Okay, it's time to announce the results. So, election results. Fatma, please go to the next slide. I have spotlighted them. Okay, so election of MEDSCO president for the term 2021-2022 for Mr. Maitham Al-Lawati. In favor of Mr. Maitham Al-Lawati, 64. Against Mr. Maitham Al-Lawati, 7. Abstain Mr. Maitham Al-Lawati, 12. The vote passes with 2/3 majority. Mr. Maitham, do you accept this position?
Yes, I do.
Congratulations, Mr. Maitham, the new president of MEDSCO Oman for the term 2021-2022. Okay, to the next position. Election of VPFS for the term 2021-2022. In favor of Mr. Abdullah Lawati, 66 votes. Against Mr. Abdullah Al-Lawati, 1 vote. Abstain Mr. Abdullah Al-Lawati, 17 votes. Vote passes 2/3 majority. Mr. Abdullah, do you accept this position?
Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Congratulations, Abdullah, the new VPS for the term 2021-2022. On to the next slide. Election of VPE for the term 2021-2022 for Mr. Tariq Al-Habsi. In favor of Mr. Tariq Al-Habsi, 77 votes. Against Mr. Tariq Al-Habsi, 3 votes. Abstain Mr. Tariq Al-Habsi, 6 votes. Votes pass 2/3 majority. Mr. Tariq Al-Habsi, do you accept this position?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Tariq Al-Habsi, the new VPE for the term 2021-2022. Now to the TO. Election of the NPO for the term 2021-2022. In favor of Ms. Fatma Al-Hosni, 75 votes. Against Ms. Fatma Al-Hosni, 5 votes. Abstain Ms. Fatma Al-Hosni, 2 votes. Vote passes 2/3 majority. Ms. Fatma, do you accept this position?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Fatma, the new NPO. The new NPO for the term 2021-2022. Next one, election of the Nori for the term 21-22 for Ms. Lubna Al-Hashmi. In favor of Ms. Lubna Al-Hashmi, 65 votes. Against Ms. Lubna Al-Hashmi, 2 votes. Abstain Ms. Lubna Al-Hashmi, 17 votes. Vote passes 2/3 majority. Ms. Lubna, do you accept this position?
Yes, I do.
Congratulations, Lubna, for being the new Nori for 2021-2022. The next one, election of the NEO for the term 2021-2022. Mr. Anas Al-Wahabi. Votes in favor, 70. Votes against, 7. Abstain, 5. Vote passes 2/3 majority. Congratulations, Mr. Anas, the new NEO for the term 2021-2022. Do you accept this position?
Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Next one, election of NORP for the term 2021-2022 for Ms. Qabas Al-Ismaili. In favor, 54 votes. Against, 13. Abstain, 14. Motion passes. Vote passes with 2/3 majority. Ms. Qabas, do you accept this position?
Yes, I do.
Congratulations to Ms. Qabas, the new NORP for the term 2021-2022. The last one, election of the MPDD for the term 2021-2022 for Ms. Safa Al-Ghaithi. In favor of Ms. Safa Al-Ghaithi, 54 votes. Against Mustafa Al-Ghaithi, 8 votes. Abstentions for Mustafa Al-Ghaithi, 20. Congratulations to Mustafa Al-Ghaithi. Vote passes 2/3 majority. Mustafa, do you accept this position?
Yes, with pleasure.
Thank you. Okay, so with this, we end the elections. Congratulations to all. Congratulations to all the winners. And now we will go to the next point of the agenda, which is point number 11, if we have any other business. Before we go to the next point, I would like to open a speakers list. The people who are elected or anyone else can go on the speakers list to speak. So please raise your hand if you would like to speak. You would have 2 minutes to speak. Okay, so again, anyone can go on the speakers list. So we have one person who would like to go on the speakers list, Mr. Shihab Al-Ma'ali, the president. So please send your statement via email and you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Ali. Okay, apologies. Dear members, we would like to express our greatest and deepest gratitude to the OC for organizing this exceptional NGA. We would also like to thank the plenary team members for making this plenary possible. We would like to thank the heroes that work in the shadows, the leaders of the community, our inspiration. Those are the team of officials. A new beginning, a new chapter. With the adoption of our first strategy, we are very proud to make this huge step in Metzko's future. We are very excited to make new chapters in Metzko's history. TON, congratulations on getting elected. You now have the responsibility of taking Metzko to new highs. There will be downs and ups, tough days and proud moments, but surely we are confident that you will give your best and have a successful term. Best regards, Metzko's EB, Shihab, Riham, Maitham, Mitham, and Iman.
Okay, so thank you, Shihab. This closes the speakers list. We have no any other business, so we can go to the next point of the agenda. So for the closing statements. So I have received 0 closing statements on the email. So there will be no closing statements right now. So this means we will end the plenary, but there will be a vote before we end the plenary to close the.
TO elect and TO out. Please stay after we close. We'll have a group photo. Just 1 second. We're just writing the procedural motion to close the point, the agenda and the plenary, and then we'll move on to the closing ceremony. Apologies.
Okay, so Fatma, can you make a new slide for a procedural motion? Just duplicate that procedural motion slide. Okay, so can you write to adjourn? I write it in the chat. Shift. Okay, so it was proposed by the VPI. Okay, so procedural motion to adjourn the 11th National General Assembly of METSCO. The motion was proposed by the VPI. VPI, would you like to explain?
No, thank you.
So who would like to second this motion? NU local president? Okay, so do we have any amendments? So since this, no, yes, Anas, you have an amendment? No, okay. So do we have, oh, sorry, there's no direct negative, so we go directly to a vote. This vote will be by the TEO only, so we expect 10 votes. And Vice Chair, take the floor.
TO members, the vote is now open. We are waiting for two more people, so please proceed to vote. There is one more person remaining, so please proceed to vote. So I'll proceed to close the vote now. So we have so we have 9 in favor, 0 against, and 0 abstains. So motion passes, Nemo control.
Motion passes 2/3 majority. Not Nemo control.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So thank you, everyone. With this, we come to the end of the plenary. There will be a closing ceremony next. It's supposed to start in 1 minute, but I guess, I don't know, I'll let the OC will announce it. So thank you for everyone. Thank you for sticking with us, and congratulations to all the winners today, and good luck with serving the future of MedSchool.